Fulham are the ones who've got into the box. Wolves haven't been into the Fulham box yet.
Let's have a play on halfway here. Ball out off a Wolves man, and Willian wins a throw. A man who's had a bit of a renaissance here at Craven Cottage, hasn't he, after that ill-fated spell with Arsenal where he was heavily criticised.
Yeah, I mean, his Fulham fans absolutely love him. I mean, this is his best spell since he left Chelsea. It must be something about West London.
Semedo dancing in the centre circle, and he plays it forward to the left-hand side. Nunes onto it, he'll square it here towards Jimenez, and Ream taking it away at the vital time. Wolves almost certain to score, and they retain the ball here on the edge of the area. Matheus Nunes goes back to halfway. What an interception it was there by the American.
And he'd done it with the wrong foot as well. He's done it virtually with his first leg, his left foot, which is his strongest leg. And I don't know if he's got it. He's got it high and almost back to where it come from. But that's as good as a move we've seen so far in this game. And it would have been a goal. It definitely would have been 1-0. Tim Ream hadn't got there.
Dawson, neat ball into midfield, helped on by Matheus Cunha. Jimenez now to Matheus Nunes on the left. It's Bueno joining in, his low ball in, blocked behind, and suddenly Wolves have a bit of attacking threat about them.
They certainly do, and most of it, if they've been a threat, it's definitely on this left-hand side with Bueno. He's the one, and looking at Nunes, and he knows that Bueno's always going to be round the outside. But again, we have to say it's good defending by Fulham.
His nickname's Kinder.
Oh.
You're not impressed with that one?
No, but my boy absolutely loves them as well.
Well, so do I. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, he's going to take the corner from the left. Out swinger. And it's Ream again with a big header up. And Willian trying to head out. Matheus Nunes cushions it down here for Bueno on the left wing. But not a great first touch. And Fulham put it out of play for a throw in here. What would Wolves be happy with tonight? Point, a good result for them?
I think they would look at this, and I'm sure they think themselves they should be where Fulham are. I would believe that Wolves would be expecting 3 points.
Because it's a side that struggled, this Wolves team, but if you look through the actual squad, it's full of good players, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt, there is some good players there. And I do normally quite enjoy watching them play because they do try and play football. Semedo has definitely stepped on as a player, because when he first arrived, he was terrible. When you talked about him being at Barcelona,
the scampering fullback who was.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I thought that he must have worked in the change rooms for the basketball team or something, because he didn't look like he'd been at Barca and was a fullback there. But I see him now, and you can just see the way he plays. That he has got that bit about him.
Long ball forward here by Leno. Vinicius lets the ball bounce off his chest into Reed. Dickled over Reed on the right wing. Matheus Nunes challenging him, but the Jamaican does well, clips a high ball in, but straight through to Jose Sarr.
He needed to do better there, Diva Reed. He's done really well to get it out of his feet, get past his man, and he just put in a hopeful ball, and he struck it straight as well to Sarr.
Forward by the Wolves goalkeeper, who went to the World Cup but didn't play a minute for Portugal. Back on halfway with Diop, who turns it home. Just wondering whether he was going to have enough on it there as Jimenez raced on.
Well, he got in a little bit of a panic there, Diop, because he wanted to let it run to his left foot. He's had to use his right foot, and he scuffed it.
Reed. Up to the left-hand side. Into Robertson. João Paulina. Into Reed. Fulham neat and tidy, and seeing a bit more of the ball now. Reed. To the left-hand side to João Paulina. Robinson on the left-hand side. Willian now trying to take on Sarabia. João Paulina, his switch high. Tete though manages to nod it down here to Dickard over Reed on the right wing. Cute ball back inside, and Matheus Nunes has to put it behind. Fulham have a corner, their first of the evening.
And now the game's really evening out. Now Fulham are now looking like a side comfortable now, trying to get forward, and they are getting in behind Wolves. Tete's made his first foray forward. This time I think he's allowed Nunes to win that one. He knew he was going to get there, but he accepted the corner because there was a chance he could have given a foul away.
Corner to be taken on the right by Andreas Pereira. The Brazilian well away from goal, goes all the way to the far side to Harrison Reed. Ball did touch his arm, but no handball. Back out to Andreas Pereira on the right, and as the ball sits up, he drives it towards goal. and high over the top of the bar. And that, Paul Parker, with 16.5 minutes gone, is the first shot either side has had.
Surprising when you look at possession and what's gone on, and it is only the first shot. I don't know if it was meant as a shot. I think he's gone for a cross there. He must have done that. Pereira couldn't be looking to score from there, but saying that, when he was at Manchester United, he sometimes was a little bit ambitious. His game has really settled down since he's come to Fulham.
Well, yeah, it didn't work out for him at all there. Went back to Brazil after a spell with Lazio, and played for Flamengo. And now looking a pretty good player in this Fulham team. He's created more goals than anyone. He's chipped in with a couple himself as well.
There's definitely quality there. It just wasn't suited for him at that given time to be at Manchester United.
Matheus Cunha carrying it from midfield and was taken down from behind. A free kick and a yellow card on the way here for João Paulina, who has now picked up 10 yellow cards, and he is going to have a 2-match ban.
Really, I think that's really soft there from the referee. I mean, he slid low, his feet were never high. I need to see this again, because I'm sure he got contact with the ball first. No, he didn't as it goes, but he's tried to win the ball. He's low. Why can't the referee just speak to him?
Cunha away, bearing down towards the penalty area,
and he's gone down. Well,
the fall didn't warrant the contact, shall we say?
No, not at all. And he's shaking his head, Paulina, because he's got to. He doesn't need that from the referee. We're trying to get good games of football. If it was intent and he was high and it was aggressive, yes, all day long, but there was nothing there. This game hasn't warranted anything vicious. He'll
miss the cup tie here against Leeds, and then the West London derby, which is a big one, against Brentford. Cunha is down, getting some treatment, but you know for a fact that he'll be okay. He's only ever so slightly caught. It's strange that he wants to go off here, considering Wolves have a free kick in a attacking position. Oh, but he can stay on, in fact, because it was a yellow card.
Oh.
Them's the rules.
All right.
So he stays on, and Neves is sizing this one up. It's a central position, but it's 40 yards plus, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They haven't got a wall up Fulham. The referee's put his line down for a wall. I thought he was supposed to wait for the wall to go there before he puts the line down.
Well, instead he crosses it into the box. It's towards Dawson at the back post, but beyond him and out of play. Dawson, unsurprisingly, the main threat they've got at set plays now.
Yeah, well, he was the main threat at West Ham as well. The biggest threat for everybody, because he's so brave. He's pulled on to Kenny Tete, knowing that he'd win that battle if the ball had been better. But that's a difficult one. If Ruben Neves can't do it from that angle, straight one to hit someone on the far post, there isn't many. Maybe I don't know. There isn't many. I'm trying to think about people take free kicks. Ward-Prowse maybe. The only other one I think who could maybe manage that.
Dawson, Bueno on the left-hand side, looking for an option, and he's having to go down the line himself in the end because no one showed for it. João Paulina in midfield, switches towards Willian. Semedo with a header down into midfield. Wolves trying to come forward again. Neves back to the right-hand side of Semedo. Jimenez ahead of him down the right. He gets it. Little ball back to Semedo again. He's inside the box. Sarabia's in! Deflected into the arms of the goalkeeper. And Wolves really should be one up.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, that's the best passage of play we've seen so far in this game. 6-7 passes. It's wonderful play by Wolves, I must say. All one touch as well. Just players running to good areas, putting balls into areas for players to run onto. And at the end, was that extra touch needed? Really don't know. Could he let that run across to the left side?
Yeah, just didn't let the ball come out of his body, did he, before he struck it?
No, he struck it from underneath, so he couldn't really get the power. In the end, the shot gets half blocked.
Matheus Nunes with a tiny touch here to bring in Neves, who plays it straight through the middle, but beyond Matheus Cunha, who was closest to. It's through to Leno. Good block though by Diop, wasn't it? He threw himself at that.
Yeah, he had to. It's a good touch. If anything, it took a lot of the pace off it, but I still think he should have done better there. Should have made Leno work a lot harder than what he did.
But that's the first real effort that Wolves have had in this game. It's a free kick here to Fulham after a foul by Lamina, a summer signing from Nice. A winter signing, I should say, sorry. He was brought in for around £5 million. A free kick here to Fulham, which just needs to be lofted into the penalty area, doesn't it? Around 15 yards outside the box in a slightly wide right position.
You're looking there, they'll be looking at Tim Ream here. Diop Paulina maybe, or maybe Pereira's got a trick up his sleeve.
It's going to have to be to someone like Ream round the back, isn't it, who's not really been picked up here. It's into the box towards Vinicius. Wolves clear. Lamina, with a great piece of skill, but then became a victim to the small pitch here at Craven Cottage and slid out of play.
He did. Within about a yard and a half was a vicious slope.
Kenny Tete, edge of the area, tries to drive one through, and it's blocked by Mateus Cunha. Jimenez now trying to play it to the right. He thought Sarabia was going to be after it, but he'd halted his run, and Reen turns it back.
Yeah, he'd done well there, Jimenez, to get on the ball. It needed him to have a touch, because he had Neves just to his left. Sarabia was there on his right, but he played a pass too early, played it almost too straight.
Forward by Leno. 0-0 here at the Cottage between Fulham and Wolves. Forward by Dawson, on by Sarabia. Into Jimenez, who controls. Back to Sarabia again, who had that chance a minute ago. He'll play it left now into Mateus Nunes, who can run, but he'll cross instead high towards Jimenez round the back, and this time Sarabia on his right finds the net for Wolves. Pablo Sarabia with his first Wolves goal makes up for his error a minute ago, and the Old Gold lead in West London.
Well, I have to say, I mean, Wolves have deserved it in his last 5 minutes, the way they've attacked. They had a lot of the ball early in the game, nothing at all in the final third, but the way they've gone, and the counter-attack was wonderful as well. Not as good as the earlier one, but just everything about it, very clinical. Maybe a little bit of good fortune with the ball out of defence by Craig Dawson, but it gets wide to Nunes. Sarabia's just at the far post waiting for the knockback, and he gets it. Jimenez heads it back to him, and he makes sure of it this time. He gets it right out of his feet on his right foot, and that is it. He hits it across the front of Leno, and not a chance for Leno. Wonderful play, and deservedly in front.
Fulham don't have a great record against Wolves, winless in the last 5, and they're trailing here as well. Each of the last 3 Wolves wins have been by a goal to nil, and they've got themselves ahead here with one of the only efforts so far in by the man signed from Paris Saint-Germain, Pablo Sarabia. Well, that has been a bit of a scapegoat so far for Wolves fans who haven't particularly taken to him after a number of lacklustre performances. That will curry some favour at least.
Oh, it will do, and he's been in the game really. He's been there, he's been getting a lot of the ball. The only negative thing I said about him is that he maybe should have 2 goals, already. But other than that, really, he's been quite bright, getting on the ball. He's causing Anthony Robinson a lot of problem because he's not looking to keep running and running. Anthony Robinson is finding it difficult because he's standing still a lot.
Vinicius crossing off the left, headed away by Kilman, a former Fulham player in his youth. Sarabia hooks it out towards Jimenez. Picked up by Joao Paulina, who's fouled here by Neves. Free kick Fulham. Again from a crossing position, similar kind of area to the one they had on the right, but on the left this time. And Andres Pereira is sizing it up.
Yeah, this one as well now, because it looks like it's going to be a right footer. He has to make sure he gets it right, because he doesn't want to pull it too close for Saab just to come and go and grab it and then hit him on the counter, because Wolves will look to do that.
It's in by Andres Pereira, long, direct one to the far side. Dick Overeed lifts it in, but the flag is up for offside.
I don't think it was him.
It's touched on towards the Jamaica international, but it looks like the offside is for the touch previous in the move. Well, that's just the 8th different goal scorer for Wolves this season, which is the fewest in the division. They had the worst shot conversion rate as well coming into this weekend. 17 goals they've managed, was the joint fewest in the top 4 divisions along with Everton. Of course, though, the sides playing in the 3 tiers below playing more matches, but they've now scored 10 goals in 9 Premier League games under Lopetegui, having scored only 8 goals in their opening 15 matches. Which still isn't a great tally, is it? But it's a stepping stone for a side that weren't taking chances that they were creating.
But it's a massive bonus. That's what it is for them, really, to get that. We have to say, though, the way they've played so far, there's a look. You can see there's a method in what they're trying to do. The way they counter-attack, the way they pass the ball as well. I mean, great Jimenez at the far post, the header back to Sarabia, and it's a good fitting. He's had too much time, to be honest, in that box. He's allowed his first touch, and then he's allowed it to bounce, and then he's hit it on the half volley. Far too much time in the box to pick his spot.
Dawson from the back, playing a channel ball to the right. Matheus Cunha after it, gets there ahead of Ream, and he was fouled there, according to the officials. Didn't think they were going to blow for that in the end, but they did, and Paul Parker is perplexed.
I certainly am. I cannot believe two men have made contact. The ball was bounced in between them. Both of them have got their foot to it at the same time, and it's a foul, because one player's gone down and screamed. The game's changing, by the way.
Changing or has changed?
Has changed. Who screams first will get the attention.
It'll be interesting to see where we're at in 25 years' time, for example. What year did you retire?
Far too early. 97.
97.
Yeah. Let me just talk about one.
Hang on, Neves in from the right-hand side here towards Dawson. Ream away. Back to Bueno. On the left-hand side now with Raul Jimenez. Comes in field, then flights a high ball in, but Fulham will watch it go.
We had the Harry Kane one the other day, didn't we, with a block tackle? And Harry Kane's gone rolling around the floor and got a player booked because he's rolling around the floor after a block tackle. So that's how bad we are getting, because it's made worse. The game is being made worse by players.
Well, the one thing that seems to get given all the time is when, a player is sliding in for the ball, they catch the ball, but then obviously catch the man who's on the other side, and that's a consequence of sport. There's always going to be someone else there, but referees and the powers that be, shall we say, don't seem to like those kind of tackles, even if the player himself has actually done nothing wrong. Yeah,
well, at the moment in time, referees are choosing what is a foul at the moment.
Reed from the right, his high ball in, it was towards Willian, but Semedo got his head to it. And Sarabia wins a throw by the Wolves corner flag on the right hand side. High balls aren't really going to do for Fulham in this game, are they?
Not really, not unless they're hitting early. They're going to look to get the ball in the box. They've got to get them in early. Doesn't make that much difference. You take your time and want to get a ball in, and set themselves up.
Neves with a hack away from the back towards Matheus Cunha, who signed on a loan deal from Atletico Madrid, but it's widely expected, and we're told that he's going to complete a £40 million move in the summer, which was reported as being $40 million and permanent, no matter what division they were in, which was a bit of a gamble. It's a Wolves goal kick here.
I don't think, if anything, the worst possible scenario, he wouldn't enjoy life in the Championship.
Maybe not. Millwall away? Fancy that? Well, they might be in the Premier League next season.
Maybe he might not understand it, but when he finds out he's going to New York Stadium, he might think, wow, glitz.
And then he realises it's in South Yorkshire in Rotherham.
Yeah, exactly right.
Still yet to really show what he's about as a player. Certainly hasn't here. Kilman battling away for the ball. He's lost his mask somewhere along the way. He's put the ball out of play here for a Fulham throw.
I think he's got fed up with it. It must be a hindrance really on your vision, on your peripheral vision, to have that on, especially when you're always having to attack the ball and centre half looking across the line.
I always wonder what you're thinking psychologically as well, because you know that you're wearing that mask for a reason, so when it comes to those aerial battles or even maybe other kinds of challenges, it must be a strange thing to get your head around.
Yeah, exactly right.
Robinson on the left here for Fulham. Tries a little one inside and overstepped it slightly, and Wolves looking to break out here. Semedo inside his own half, didn't really have anywhere to go any time soon, so goes back to Lamina, who's covering for him on the edge of their own penalty area. Wolves. I think he's come in and added a bit of bite in midfield. Switch of play here into Bueno. Neves with a curling ball away towards halfway, and Jimenez, Diop almost put a boot on his shoulder there. It's a free kick to Wolves. Neves looking to take it quickly, but Andreas Pereira saw to that.
He wanted to tell him exactly where it was.
Nunes back here to Dawson. Lamina. Kilman back to Dawson again. Wolves trying to move the ball quickly, aren't they?
They are. And like even Craig Dawson there is telling Lamina to shift the ball quicker, get out of his way.
Bueno on the left. His twin brother plays for Borussia Dortmund. They look near identical. He's in the academy over there. Semedo on the right. Just runs into Willian and loses it, then wins it back off Reed. Will he be able to keep it in play? No, he won't. It's a goal kick to Fulham, and he's mightily frustrated.
A little bit unlucky there for Semedo. He's tried his best, but Anthony Robinson got his body in the way. He wasn't looking to win the ball, just to block the run of Semedo.
Well, apart from perhaps a little bit of room in wide areas for the likes of Robinson and Reed, Wolves have managed to keep Fulham at bay, haven't they?
They have, yeah, they certainly have. I'm seeing no different here. Fulham are under the same kind of pressure as they was against Brighton.
Fulham taking a risk, but Diop eventually carries it out. Reed can't hold it on halfway. Lamina to Bueno. Trying to help it forward once, twice, three times. Joao Paulina being manhandled by Mateus Cunha, and Fulham have a free kick just inside their own half on the right. We've played 32.5 minutes, Fulham 0, Wolves 1, and it's been a good game to watch so far. Quite open on both sides.
Yeah, it's got better and better, to be honest. As it started, it was all Wolves, nothing great, nothing exciting, but Fulham have got themselves back into it, and as Fulham get themselves back into it, Wolves have moved on another level. The way they're playing like a counter-attacking game. They're not looking to break too quick in general play. They slow the ball at the back and they get it in midfield, and I think as well it's the movement of Jimenez really that's causing quite a bit of a problem.
It would have been interesting to see how Mitrovic would have fared tonight had he been involved. Missed the Brighton game last week, but actually gone quite a while without scoring a goal. His last coming at Leicester, the winner there on the 3rd of January. Wolves have it. Sarabia in the centre circle, and Mateus Cunha's gone for it from way out here, but he was way off target.
He was way off target, and I look where the keeper was as well. He hadn't even worked hard, so he definitely saw something that we never saw. I can see him going back, Leno. Oh yeah.
This is something maybe that Wolves had worked on previously, because he thought about it very, very quickly there. Leno with the high ball out towards Vinicius. Goes down here for Andreas Pereira. Now Willian in the left wing position. Back towards Andreas Pereira, corner of the box. Inside, outside. Sets it for Joao Paulina, who tries to fire it through. Hits his fellow countryman Mateus Nunes. And then Lamina back there for Wolves, able to complete the clearance towards Jimenez, who drops it. Sarabia, Jimenez, Sarabia. Nice combination play between the two. The Spaniard eventually switches it out to Neves. Header on here for Bueno, and Wolves aren't really looking like a relegation threatened team, are they? Bueno away down the left hand side. He's got it on the edge of the penalty area. Tete got a boot on it, then off Bueno in the end, and it's a Fulham throw.
He was too honest there, Bueno. He's ducked under Tete's arm. In theory, if he stands up, he ends up grabbing him round by the neck, so he should have done that really. But I tell you what, Tete looked like I saw Tete match up against Matoma at Brighton, matched him, but I'm seeing he's having a problem with Bueno matching him for pace.
Yeah, there's a battle on between the two there. Fulham trailing by 1-0. 7 of their 8 defeats so far this season have come against teams currently in the top 5 of the division. They've managed to dispatch teams generally below them. Champions of the Championship last season, Mitrovic got 43 goals, remember. Of course, he was never going to get figures anything like that in the Premier League, and it's been his goals that have by and large got them plenty of points this season. They've won their last 3 coming into this, their last 2 in the Premier League. And he's here against Forest in their last league game. Misplaced header here by Wolves, and Mateus Nunes. It was Reed in from the right, but Kilman got the ball away.
That was a poor ball, I thought, from Reed. He's done great. I mean, he should never have got that ball. Should never have got to him, by the way. Bueno just got caught out. Could he have been off? No, wasn't offside. But he doesn't look up. He does not look up at all. He's trying to pull it in an area, but the area was full up with Wolves players.
Fulham throw on the right. Back to Kenny Tete, the Dutchman, looking inside, then going out, but he's having to play against Lamina here, who always wants to put a foot in, the Gabon midfielder. Fulham yet to have a serious shot in this game. And one might come here. Dickard over Reed from the right. Header on goal! And it's grabbed by Jose Sarr. Their first chance, their first effort on target from Carlos Vinicius. And the Wolves goalkeeper did well to grab it.
He did do well to grab it, but Dickard over Reed has managed to get himself around his man. Gets to the byline, knocks in a decent cross this time. And there wasn't any great pace in it, was there?
Totally unmarked though, Vinicius.
He certainly was totally unmarked, and he's done well. He's tried to direct it, but he couldn't get any pace on it. So Sarr just virtually grabbed it with two hands out of the air.
Neves playing it out to Bueno on the left. Lamina. Dawson. Dawson back to his own goalkeeper, Jose Sarr. Dawson into the captain Neves. Who's looking confident here. I wouldn't say they're cruising in this game, but given the respective form of both sides, you wouldn't be able to pick who is currently sitting 6th in the Premier League table.
So what's happening here now is that Lima is virtually, every time they get on the ball and playing from the back, Lima drops into the middle of Kilman and Dawson, and Semedo pushes really up high on that right side of the field, so they lose the central midfield player and they just gain too wide like wingers in the end. That's what they end up doing when they do get on the ball, and it's causing problems for Fulham. And the thing about it as well, they've got someone like Neves who sits that little bit deeper, so it's very if they do get caught out by it, he's in there to block any holes up the middle, so you can't be counter-attacked too quick.
Oliver, the man in the middle tonight for this one, labelled as one of the Premier League's best referees. Bueno inside here to Neves, who goes out to the right now. Semedo. Neves goes all the way back to Jose Sarr.
I don't think you really see Neves and Lamina in the same area, do you? One will drop in, one will go forward.
Jimenez, nice takedown into Cunha, edge of the D now, forced wide a bit. Nunes takes over. He's got Bueno on the outside. Hugo Bueno, couple of step overs, gets it onto his left, ball across. It was just too high for Sarabia. Header away by Ream, who they really love here. But the fans are getting a little bit impatient here, being dominated by this Wolves side. Bueno on the outside again, gets it onto his right, back now to Nunes, corner of the penalty area. His curling ball in is nodded towards goal by Neves, but over the top it goes and behind.
Well, there you are. Neves has got in between the centre halves. That's his first time he's really looked to attack the ball in the box, go and make a difference. He makes his run in and he gets in between, and they're struggling in wide areas at the moment, Fulham. Tete is struggling against Bueno on the right hand side.
Well, they said when Julen Lopetegui arrived that a key feature of his play was all about his fullbacks and how they can get them involved, and both he and Semedo are right up there, considering they're playing in a back four. They're really pushing high, aren't they?
Oh, they certainly are. Semedo's not having as much joy as what happened to us, the near side to us, as what Bueno's having, but he's making a difference because he is pushing them back. You know, the two full-backs of Fulham are having no joy at all. Neither of them are getting forward as much as they normally do. Robinson has not made one run forward because I think he's really worried about Semedo.
Fulham, when they throw in on the left-hand side, Robinson is going to take it here. Julen Lopetegui, you would imagine, will be very happy with the way his side have put themselves out in this first half.
I think he has to be. Their performance so far as an away side has been excellent.
Tete on the right. Leaves it here for Dickard over Reed. Fulham at home have only lost 3 times this season. Last beaten here by Spurs in late January. That was their last defeat in any competition this season. Ream coming forward from the back here. Reed midway inside the Wolves half, plays it to the right hand side, but it was behind Dickard over Reed. The Wolves have a throw, and Fulham not helping themselves at the moment.
And they're not going anywhere near to the levels that they started off. I mean, saw the game at Fulham, and they've carried on from there. Really, they're not playing with any confidence, no spark in the way they play. Everyone would talk about Mitrovic not being there, but they've gone and won games without him. It's not as they're missing him that much in that sense of the way they've been playing. They're struggling at the moment to make opportunities.
Bueno with a throw here into Jimenez. Nunes trying to take it back and retain possession for Wolves, but they've lost it now. Dicot over Reed against Bueno again. Back in out to Tete, who gives it a big swing of the right boot. Jose Sarr comes out and grabs the ball. All in purple. He's even got the matching purple tights to go underneath. His goalkeeper's got a bit cold.
Yeah, that's doing it proper, by the way. He does look like a tall version of a Parma Violet. Do you remember those snoots?
I'm not sure I do.
Oh yeah, okay, I forgot you're a lot younger than me.
Google search upcoming though.
They're out
Fulham
now.
in possession.
They're doing them now in the same kind of style as they do Love Hearts.
Okay.
Saw it the other day in the sweet shop.
Tete down the right hand side, inside the box, driving one across goal, but out the other side. And it goes for a goal kick to Wolves. Of course, I remember Parma Violets. Of course, I'm not that young. Right. Just don't know their name. Just know them as nice sweets. Good move fashioned by Fulham. Tete maybe should have done better.
Yeah, he runs into the angle of the box. He gets 5-6 yards inside the box on the corner, and when he strikes it too much on his instep, and the shot's always being pulled away. It wasn't clean off his laces. The ball was always running away from him, so he was too far away when he hit the ball to get any great contact.
2 minutes left of normal time in this first half. Fulham 0, Wolves 1. Wolves leading thanks to Pablo Sarabia's goal. Midway through this first half, Neves with a header forward here. Diop whacks it back. Kilman then comes and misses his header. Wearing a mask, by the way, because he broke his nose at Southampton a couple of weeks ago. We're going to have 2 minutes of added time here as well, so we've got just under 4 minutes to go in this first half. On by Jimenez. Nunes then with a loose touch, gives it away to Paulina. Forward by Tete into Carlos Vinicius. Sarabia wins it back for Wolves. Hasn't really been involved in the last period of this game, but managed to do well there. And Kilman stepped in and won it for Julen Lopetegui's side, but Fulham back in possession now on the edge of their own penalty area. Diop back to Leno. The only disappointment for Wolves in this first half will be that they haven't managed to test Leno more, given the way they've looked so calm in the possession they've had.
Yes, exactly right. They have done really well. They've had two opportunities in the box. They've gone and taken one so far.
Bueno battling with Dicot over Reed. A free kick to Fulham, and Wolves have it with Lamina. Neves now looking to the right. It goes back here to Dawson, who's inside his own half. Looks for that channel ball again. Swings it into the right wing area. Sarabia gets there first ahead of Reem, who's pushing him back a little bit. Sarabia holds it, gives it to Semedo. Wolves not in a rush. Sarabia.
I think there'll be a lot of West Ham fans who are looking at Craig Dawson and going, why? I'm not a West Ham fan, and all my mates are, and I'm looking at the way he's playing, and it's like his game has been opened up because he's doing a lot more with the ball than what he done for West Ham. It just seems like he's just playing with just more belief in his ability.
What? Because West Ham? In what way were West Ham different?
Well, he wasn't knocking those kind of channel balls because they never had those kind of runners. So his game's been expanded by the sheer movement of this Wolves team, the areas they put themselves into.
So instead he was just playing short balls into midfield.
Balls, yeah, it's about playing positive, and Wolves are playing positive when they're looking to go forward, and it makes it easier as a defender.
Dawson here in the back of Vinicius, who went down a touch too easily. Away by Dawson on the outside of his boot to Jimenez, who then spun off into the left wing position, but given away. We are into 2 minutes of additional time. Only played 40 seconds of them. Wolves looking to make sure they go in at half time 1 up, but it's Fulham who come forward with Willian on the left hand side, in on his right foot. He'll touch outside for Andres Pereira, hangs it high into the box, goes past everyone though. Nunes has it by the corner flag. Not worrying who's ahead of him, just getting the ball away, but he puts it straight out of play. Fulham have a throw. Marco Silva not a happy man, is he?
No.
High expectations here after the season they've had, but in this first half at least have fallen way short of those. Andres Pereira to the edge of the box towards Vinicius, who looks like he's never seen a football before.
He's not done himself any justice so far.
Robinson on the left, his cross was headed away by Neves. Cunha trying to break out, but he's crowded out. Tete back inside to Reed. Fulham finishing the first half for stronger. To the left they go, and Robinson down the line to Willian, edge of the area, cuts it back, and Lamina gets it out. Wolves just seem to have bodies in the right places, don't they?
They do. I mean, I look at Lamina and Neves, they've been wonderful for Wolves in his first half so far. If you can keep Lamina disciplined, he's a good player.
Willian, edge of the area, we've played the 2 minutes. Trying to go past Lamina, who blocked him, and a Fulham free kick in a shooting position.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying about there. Lamina made the right decision when he stepped out, but his first thing was to run towards the ball. He should have been looking to run to where Willian was going to, and then he could have kept goal side of him. He's run directly out, straight out to the ball, and he's given away a sloppy free kick, totally unnecessary, because all Fulham were doing was just going around the front of about 8-9 players with no threat.
Andres Pereira is going to take this just left of centre, around 12 yards outside the box, so 30 or so from goal, and he's going to have a crack here. Last kick of the first half. Andres Pereira steps up, and it's tipped over by Jose Sarr. No time for the corner though, and Wolves survive. Half time here at Craven Cottage. Fulham 0, Wolves 1. A goal from Pablo Sarabia, and so far Paul Parker. Although Fulham have come into it towards the end of the half, Wolves will be decent value for that lead.
Yeah, Wolves definitely deserve to go in front. Maybe it could have been 2, but there's, at the moment in time, Wolves deserve to be where they are.
Yep, absolutely. So Wolves at the break, going in a goal to the good. A big second half to come for them as they look to hold on to 3 points. Fulham out of sorts in the first 45. The half-time score, Fulham 0, Wolves 1. We'll look back on that first half in a few minutes' time. You are listening to Premier League Live.
Got an unquenchable thirst for sport? Get up to speed with the day's biggest sports stories with the Talk Sport Hit. Crammed full of the latest team news, big match previews, and discussing the day's hottest topics.
An improvement week in, week out.
Plus, get all the latest results and full fan reaction to the biggest events in world sport.
It's a wonderful goal!
Satisfy your thirst for sports news with the Talk Sport Hit. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Previously on White and Jordan.
People are going to turn around and say this is all saccharine and sentiment.
I know about sentiment. What's saccharin?
Saccharin is a sweet way of looking at the world.
I thought it was a soluble aspirin.
Comment, conflict and confrontation.
By God, it was eventful to say the least of it.
You look at this and say, some celebrations are better than others.
Disagree to disagree.
Is it not a courtesy thing, though? Is it not a matter of courtesy?
Oh, yeah, because football's full of courtesy.
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious.
Jim White and Simon Jordan continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
Talk Sport Breakfast, the only breakfast show worth getting up for. Talk Sport Breakfast with Laura Woods and Ali McCoy. Updated, upmarket, up with the lark.
What is happening there?
Talk Sport Breakfast, Monday to Wednesday morning from 6 on Talk Sport.
Mariella Meets on Times Radio. Listen to the podcast from Times Radio, where Mariella talks to a host of big names from the worlds of politics, entertainment, culture and the arts, including Dame Joan Collins.
A reporter said to me, "What are you going to do if this all ends?" And I said, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. One of the things you have to know about fame is it ain't gonna last.
Mariella Meets on Times Radio. Listen for free on the Times Radio app.
TalkSport Drive, weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport. Unrivaled, opinionated comment from the biggest names in sport. Join me, Andy Goldstein, and TalkSport Team Drive. A tower of sporting power in the afternoon. Adrenaline-soaked, seat-swapping high-performance radio where horsepower meets goal power. TalkSport Drive, 100% nationwide coverage. Weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport. The fastest football on the way home. TalkSport Drive.
Hey, it's Brian Dunseth former Olympian and current SiriusXM FC host. Do you need more than your average recap of the weekend in soccer?
Sorry, America, but it is the biggest sport in the world.
Well, look no further than Week in the Tackle. This podcast is all about stories we want you to know, from the most important on-the-field moments to the lighter side of the beautiful game.
You were jumping up and down like a lunatic. That's 7 beers before the game for you.
It's all on Week of the Tackle, available every Monday, wherever you stream your podcast or listen on the SXM app, included with most subscriptions.
Welcome back here to Craven Cottage, where the half-time score in the Friday Night Football is Fulham 0, Wolves 1. A goal from Pablo Sarabia after 23 minutes of this one. This is the first game of the weekend. On Sunday, it's the Carabao Cup Final. Manchester United against Newcastle United. The first trip to the new Wembley.
Every single day is pretty much like we're playing a game anyway. What you say on a Saturday is what we do every single week, so every single day of the week. So I don't think it's going to be a huge difference to it. As the gaffer said before, both of the lads are match ready. So whichever one he picks, I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Yeah, Dan Burn there speaking. Of course, Nick Pope not able to play for Newcastle on Sunday because of his red card last week against Liverpool, and Paul Parker. Newcastle will go in as second favourites, but they'll probably be quite happy with that, won't they?
Yes, without a doubt. Definitely happy, just the way everything has worked out and the way it's going to plan. Well, if he's planned it, it's going absolutely perfectly for an away performance.
Take off your Manchester United hat. How do you envisage that final turning out? United with that big win against Barca last night in the Europa League.
I'm looking at it, and I have to say I look at United winning it. Everyone wants to come out and say, oh, they'll be tired, a word which I hate when people associate that with football. Yes, they'll be feeling it, but I'll tell you what, if you start right, nothing hurts you. You feel indestructible, and that's where Manchester United are at this moment in time. They believe when they don't have the greatest start, so they can get better, and they've gone and proven that on a couple of occasions. Barca away, you look at Leicester at home, Barca at home as well, even Leeds United away as well at Ellen Road. They got stronger at the end, and they come from behind at home to Leeds as well. So we have to say is that there's definitely something there positive in Manchester United. So for me, it means the positivity means that they will win that League Cup at the weekend.
Nick Pope suspended, Martin Dubravka cup tied, Mark Gillespie or Loris Karius in goal.
But the thing about it, you can't really get into it because it's about the players out in front. The goalkeeper could have a worldie, and he could be like, you won't remember it, 1973, Jim Montgomery for Sunderland, and he saves everything when Leeds should have won an FA Cup and Sunderland beats them because of the goalkeeper. It could be one of those afternoons. It's about what United do up against those 10 outfield players, what have got Newcastle to where they are in the Premier League, and of course to that final.
Quick prediction?
United to win 3-1.
In normal time?
Yes.
There we go. That game coming up on Sunday afternoon. Here tonight, we're at Craven Cottage, where the half-time score is Fulham 0, Wolves 1. Bueno on the left-hand side, looking for an option, and he's having to go down the line himself in the end because no one showed for it. Paulina in midfield, switches towards Willian. Semedo with a header down into midfield. Wolves trying to come forward again. Neves back to the right-hand side of Semedo. Jimenez ahead of him down the right. He gets it. Little ball back to Semedo again. He's inside the box. Sarabia's in! Deflected into the arms of the goalkeeper. And Wolves really should be one up. Forward by Dawson, on by Sarabia. into Jimenez, who controls. Back to Sarabia again, who had that chance a minute ago. He'll play it left now into Mateus Nunes, who can run, but he'll cross instead high towards Jimenez round the back, and this time Sarabia on his right finds the net for Wolves. Pablo Sarabia with his first Wolves goal makes up for his error a minute ago, and the Old Gold lead in West London.
Well, I have to say, I mean, Wolves have deserved it his last 5 minutes, the way they've attacked, and he makes sure that this time he gets it right out of his feet on his right foot, and that is it. He hits it across the front of Leno, and not a chance for Leno. Wonderful play, and deservedly in front.
So there we go, half time here at Craven Cottage, where it is Fulham 0, Wolves 1. As bad as Fulham have been by their high standards, Wolves have looked very comfortable.
They do look comfortable, look really, really comfortable. Defensively, there's no great threat in midfield. They're controlling the midfield. I don't mean by playing super football, but just the sheer movement is causing Fulham problem. In the back line, I think Jimenez's movement is causing serious problems. I look on the other side, Sarabia. He's early on in that first half, it was very difficult, but on the near side to us, Buena I should say, Tete is really struggling up against him, so somehow I think Marco Silva will look to do something different to try and get it sorted out.
And a really well crafted Wolves goal as well.
It was, I mean, there was the passage of play for the chance before was a lot better, but you know, for the goal it was great interplay. It was great running off the ball. I think it was 4 one-touch passes, you know, that takes it for the ball to end up in the back of the net, and it was a wonderful work goal.
I know they won last week, Fulham, but are you seeing any similarities in the way they're playing here compared to that game?
Yes, I am. I'm very much seeing that. I mean, Brighton were obviously moving it a lot quicker and causing more problems for Brighton against Fulham, but you know, Wolves are, you know, not as fluid going forward as what Brighton are, but they're still causing a lot of problems. The only thing is, though, as you mentioned in commentary, they haven't worked Leno enough.
Can Fulham look to the bench in the second half with any great hope of what they've got lying there?
Solomon, really. You look at, he's come off the bench and
scored the last 2.
He did, yeah, that's what he's gone and done. He's got pace, he's got a bit of drive on that left side as well, and they need a drive going forward, so he could be the one to come on. I don't know where he's going to go, what's he going to do to change it, to get him on the park, but he needs to add something in that final third because it's really, really flat.
Yeah, they need a bit more dynamism there, that's for sure. But Wolves 1-0 up at the break. Paul Parker's off to the toilet. He's been desperate for absolutely ages. Now he's got the chance, and you've got the chance as well. Kickoff coming up in a couple of minutes. You are listening to Premier League Live.
Global events.
The priority now is collecting the evidence.
Breaking news.
Every life that they can save is a success.
Reactive analysis.
It's a very bizarre situation.
From the world's best journalists.
An unfortunate pattern is emerging.
And renowned experts from across the globe.
It still doesn't resolve the fundamental issues.
Keeping you informed as events unfold.
This is a flagrant violation of international law.
Times Radio is available to listen without a subscription. On DAB digital radio, online via the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio. Know your times.
TalkSport Drive. Weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport. A tower of sporting power in the afternoon. Join me, Andy Goldstein, and TalkSport Team Drive. The latest sports news, hard-hitting opinion, and exclusive interviews with the biggest names in the game. Under the bonnet, over the top, into the back of the net. Sports Mad Afternoon Radio, driven by you. Revs up weekdays from 4, only on TalkSport.
The fastest football on the way home.
TalkSport Drive. Previously on White and Jordan.
It costs the taxpayer zip, zero, zilch, nada, Nathan, nothing.
White Hot Sports News. Incomparable comment.
I mean, honestly, soft tissue injury, 50% up.
Okay.
And at the same stage last season, they don't lie.
Statistics are the beginning of a conversation, Jim, not the end of it.
Comment, conflict and confrontation.
International friendlies, ditch them. Gone. Carabao Cup, gone. FA Cup, gone.
Jim White.
4 words, never going to happen.
Simon Jordan.
Go away and come back when you've got something more grown up to say.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on TalkSport.
Yeah.
Times Radio, making sense of a changing world.
The biggest names in politics.
The Prime Minister Boris Johnson is here.
Well, a great honour to be here.
The arts.
My first guest is the acclaimed director Werner Herzog.
Entertainment.
I'm joined by Darren Brown.
World events at home and abroad.
Shots have been fired in the Black Sea.
And the world's best resourced, intelligent opinion.
I came into politics to change lives.
In times of change, be well informed.
Times Radio is available to listen without a subscription on DAB digital radio, online via the Times Radio app and on your smart speaker.
Times Radio.
TalkSport Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. A new day, a new dawn.
God bless. Bang, bang, bang. 9 dart finish.
Featuring a rotating team of top name talent, including Laura Woods.
Oh, it does make me a little bit...
Ali McCoist.
What a mouth-watering prospect.
And Alan Brazil.
You know, you are some blagger, you are.
TalkSport Breakfast.
Look, we've woken up finally.
We have, we're off and running.
Weekday mornings from 6 on TalkSport.
You are listening to TalkSport's coverage of Fulham against Wolverhampton Wanderers from Craven Cottage. I'm your host, James Fielden. Alongside me is the Fulham and Manchester United defender, Paul Parker. This is Premier League Live. Well, the side's about to head back out for the second half here, and I can tell you, Paul Parker, that Fulham are going to make 2 changes. Mana Solomon and Sasha Lukic both coming on, and maybe Harrison Reed had that injury in the first half and they don't want to take a chance with him.
That's right. The only problem is you look at Paulina, and he's on a yellow card, and he's got another 45 minutes, and it will take a lot away from his game as well. I'm just interested to know the 2 players are taken off. If Harrison Reed is one, I'll get that.
Dick will overread the other.
But
he's been quite a threat for them down the right-hand side, no? Well, one of their bigger threats. He's been more involved than Willian or Vinicius through the middle.
He has, but he's only had one decent bit of end product, and that cross he put in the last 10 minutes, I think that was, when Vinicius had that header. That's as good as it's been, really.
What kind of a player is Mana Solomon?
He's just very lots of pace, and he's just very direct, and I think he needs that. He needs someone who wants to get him behind and to drive them back a bit, Wolves, because they're coming forward far too easy without really sweating, to be honest.
So Sasha Lukic, the other man to come on here, hasn't played too much since joining the club from Torino, the Serbia international. I say not too much. He's only played a minute so far here in the home win against Forest, so big opportunity for him here in this second half. Luis Boamorte showing the instructions here to Solomon at the moment. Can you really concentrate on these set plays when you're literally about to be thrown on like seconds before?
No, it's like going back to school. I think during my time there was a lot of lads there who just all they wanted to do is go and play, rather than saying that the bits of, it was whiteboard at the best, wasn't it really, or bits of paper.
So Sasha Lukic coming on, Mana Solomon coming on, as Fulham look to freshen things up and give themselves a bit more of a chance in the final third. Are you backing them to turn this one around in the second half or not?
I'm going to say I think there's going to be a bit more energy and a bit more purpose in their game with those substitutions they've made.
We have restarted straight away. Semedo putting one out of play on the right. Robinson will take a throw here for Fulham, just in front of his boss Marco Silva of the USA's World Cup stars. Joel Paulina's lost it here in midfield. He was the only player to be cautioned in the first half. Other than that, a clean bill of health for both teams.
That was just totally unnecessary as well. There's no need for that booking. No one else come close to it.
Robinson switching the play out to the right here, and Kenny Tete goes back here to Diop, pressurised by Mateus Cunha, then doesn't give Ream a great ball. He's now on the left touch line, plays it up the line. Left hand side now, Mana Solomon. He's gone past Semedo. Neves now trying to keep track with him, the Israeli attacker. Coming back here, Solomon inside, Joao Paulina. Now Tete to the right. Willian who takes it on. He is on the right hand side now, up against Bueno. Back it as well. Paulina who can hit them and does. Easy pick up for Jose Sa.
It certainly was quite an easy one. There wasn't any pace, and you could see he got his foot around it, but I think he was looking more to hit it from right to left, looking to maybe pull it into the right hand corner of where Sa was, but he didn't get any pace on it, and it was an easy pick up in the end.
Diop looking forward from the back, plays it up the touchline here into Willian. Plays it back towards Tete. Willian losing it eventually. Neves forward now. Wolves looking to build and get another goal. Jimenez gives past Diop. Into the middle now for Neves. Edge of the D. Can't shoot. Doesn't really have the room to. So plays it wide instead to Semedo. Semedo inside. Sarabia. Semedo. Back to Neves. Show what he's all about as a ball-playing midfielder tonight. Kilman now to the left-hand side and Bueno. Running at Tete. Bueno back here to Matheus Nunes, and it's a similar pattern to what we saw in the first half with Wolves building up slowly. Nunes now forward to Cunha, who played it on and was blocked off. Referee gives the free kick. Are you buying that one?
Well, the referee has, hasn't he? The referee's bought it big time. I just thought he got caught a little bit in trouble there, and he was never going to go get the other side, to be honest, and it is a soft one from the referee.
I think Robinson's saying, well, where do you expect me to move? Yeah. Someone who's spun and is going to try and chase the ball is going to run into me, and I didn't really have anywhere to go.
That's exactly right. Sometimes they just don't really understand it, referees.
I think in real time it almost happens so quick that, you know, you look at the replay and you can see where he is, but when in real time when he's got his hands up to almost stop someone running into him, it's maybe hard not to give a free kick. Is that fair?
Yeah, but you put your hand up to protect yourself and someone running into you. You don't want someone's head going into your face or anything, and that's what you do. And then you look at it as well, you can see the player cannot move and the other player's looking to run into him as well.
Free kick here then to Wolves, just right of centre. Understandably Neves in attendance. Ruben Neves steps up and clips it into the box instead, heading towards goal. The looping header over the top by Max Kilman.
Oh, there was a big disguise on that free kick as well. It looked like, for me, he was going to line it up and go for the near post, and that's what he's looking at. He gives the keeper the eyes and he goes towards the far post, and Kilman could have actually headed it across goal. There were two Wolves players coming in.
Semedo picks it up again here for Wolves. Needless to say, the next goal in this game is absolutely massive. Wolves have only lost 2 of 8 games they've scored first in this season. They've only gone on to win 4 of those though. Only 6 wins all season. This is their 24th game tonight. They've taken 13 points from their first 8 games in the league under Julen Lopetegui. Only 6 teams have won more over the last 8 matches. And a win for them here tonight would lift them as high as 13th place. Bueno on the left. Swings it across towards Cunha, headed away by Ream. It was a massive header as well, because Cunha was ready to pounce. Solomon trying to take it off Wolves here, and in the end it has gone out of play. It is a goal kick here to Fulham. The assistant referee right by it.
Yeah, he's done really well there, Manor Solomon. He had 2 players around him, and the players done really well, the Wolves players. They just didn't put a touch on him. They've let him make his mind up what he's going to do. He's facing the wrong way, and he worms his way out of trouble, and he earns his side the goal kick.
Which they've played short. Diop plays a high one to halfway. Wolves win the header though through Nunes. Bueno down the line, and Jimenez has stayed onside and kept the ball in play as well. Trying to lead the line like he used to here tonight. Not quite the same level that he was previously at, but he's put himself around for Wolves.
He certainly is, and I'll tell you what, if he was playing for Fulham, I think Fulham would have a little bit more joy at this moment, somewhat to play off up front.
Because he's not the most physical, is he, Jimenez? He's quite a slight player, but plays with intelligence.
He does, very much so, yeah.
And he's on the ball here, and he's trying to chase it anyway. Diop gets there first, tucks it away to Tete. He's being pressurised here by Bueno. Tete's clearance goes straight out of play, and at the moment at least, albeit 6 minutes into the second half, the changes haven't really done much for Fulham.
No, they haven't at the moment. I don't think Lukic has had a touch of the ball yet.
It's Neves on the ball here. Semedo leaves it here for Sarabia. coming in off the right. Early cross from him towards Jimenez, who knocks down, and his header just goes wide. The Mexican there looking for a very rare goal indeed. Hasn't scored in the Premier League this season, and he was inches away from doing so there.
Sarabia puts a lovely ball in, I must say, curling in towards that far post, and Jimenez, I'm thinking myself there, normally he's better than that. He's actually gone for the most difficult one, because normally we should say head it back to where it comes from. He's gone for the difficult one. He's trying to head it at that goalkeeper's near post. That goes in, we'll say that's absolutely fantastic, and he misses it narrowly, so we have to say now he should have gone across the goal. You're allowed that as a commentator.
That's absolutely fine.
Say that.
Diop coming forward here for Fulham. He's gone way into the Wolves half, plays a diagonal ball into the area, but Jose Sarr comes to pick up, and he's said he's had an arm in the chest there, I think, so he boots the ball out of play. Is that fair?
I think he took a whack there. I think he flings his arm back into him, to be honest. Vinicius
knew the ball was coming in high. There was an arm, but not with any malice, was there?
He left his arm there.
I think he knew he was never going to win the ball, so just doing enough, in his opinion at least, to put the goalkeeper off.
Do you know what? Let me just tell you this, what used to be football back in the day. There used to be a time that someone would hit you, trying to hurt you, kick you across the thigh, hit you in the chest. Do you know what you used to do? You used to stand up, and you want them to see that they haven't hurt you, even though they had. You'd stand up and if anything,
as a psychological,
you'd wait for it, you'd make another challenge, and you'd go down with that to not let that person know that you've hurt them. Nowadays it's show you hurt.
I thought you were going to say hit them back.
No.
A little sly one when the ref's not looking.
That would be so childish to do that.
Kilman with a long direct ball forward here. It hits the back of Nunes.
It was too direct.
Didn't have enough height to go over Nunes' head to chase. Nunes has got back behind the ball now. Tete though has it forward into Willian. He's switched sides in this half, and he's done well here, but eventually gives the ball away. Kilman steps out to intercept, and he plays a long ball on the left hand side now, and Mateus Cunha's onto it. Jimenez trying to get into the middle. It's Cunha, a couple of step overs, and then a really poor touch, and Diop gets it away.
Jimenez has made a great run, a great unselfish run into the box, and Cunha decides he wants to do 1,000 step overs before he touches the ball.
At the other end, Solomon now, really good close control. Robinson across to the near post. Andres Pereira couldn't turn it in. Wolves have it. Advantage played here by the referee. Cunha trying to find a way forward. He was challenged fairly this time by the substitute, Sasha Lukic, but Cunha is down. Scream with agony. Sarabia down on the ground as well. Wolves essentially playing with 9. Robinson low ball in, comes back to Willian. Set here now for João Paulina. He's going to have a crack. It's blocked by Neves, and Wolves will try and put the ball out of play. 2 Wolves players down. Should either of them be?
No, not really. No, they've both got to be better than that. Their team's in trouble, and what'll happen is someone will come and touch your ankles, and they both get up. That's poor.
Vinicius here having a few verbals with Jimenez. Julen Lopetegui having a word with 4th official Darren England.
I'm really trying to understand. There's a rule which every player knows, I think which every fan knows, that you only stop the play now when players go down holding their heads. He hasn't been touched on that first one. We look at the second one, it's a good challenge. He's gone down screaming his ankle. He wants to wave and look at the referee. He says it's a good challenge, you carry on. And be honest, as players, you keep going and going. And you've got managers moaning about it as well. Everyone should know better, and they don't want to when it doesn't suit them.
There's nothing in either of them really, is there?
No. So even seeing Craig Dawson now, at the end of it, he knows himself. If someone wins the ball cleanly, and a player wants to stay down, it's up to you to get the ball back and kick it out.
And in the end, there's one thing having one Wolves player down, but 2 of them down there. Wolves could have gone on to concede, all because 2 players
have been a little bit lazy.
Right.
They tried to be lazy to save themselves any embarrassment of kind of maybe getting up because they've been tackled. So now they've got to stay down a lot longer than it really is.
They've got 4 medics on the field here treating Mateus Cunha. I thought he might have managed to get himself back up by now, but seemingly not. Neves and Dawson both in consultation with referee Michael Oliver. 35 minutes to go here. Fulham 0, Wolves 1. Sarabia with a goal in the 23rd minute. Crucial goal as well for Wolves in their bid to beat the drop. Sarabia with his first league goal this season for either Wolves or PSG. He scored 15 times in Portugal last year for Sporting. It's quite the tally for someone in his position, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You can see it.
Granted, in a lower league.
You can see it just by the way he plays. He does get opportunities.
Adama Traore is getting warmed up for Wolves, just in case they have to make a change. Juan Moutinho getting warm as well. The Wolves bench tonight, by the way. Daniel Bentley, the sub-goalkeeper. Ryan Ait-Nouri, Nathan Collins, Daniel Podence, Johnny, Juan Moutinho, Diego Costa, Joao Gomez and Adama Traore. Wolves had liked to play with low numbers in their squad in recent years under Nuno, who liked to keep everyone involved, didn't want anyone on the outside, but they've almost been forced to bulk out their numbers in the January window. Cunha's still down here, and Marco Silva not happy.
I think he's got a right to be perfectly honest. But the thing about it though, if I was to flip this, I think Marco Silva would be doing exactly the same. That's the problem.
Well, Martinez Cunha got up and now he's gone back down again. Well, it didn't look like there was anything in the tackle, but if he has to go off,
he has to go. But the referee doesn't have to stop the game. That's the thing about it. No problem.
My point being is that maybe it's a more serious injury than we originally thought, even though at the time, you couldn't really see any movement of the foot or the ankle either way. So a bit of a strange one there for Wolves. And Traore gets the call. And he will certainly give them some direct running.
Just wondering how they're going to bring him in, what they're going to do to change it. Because Traore,
onto the stretcher, Mateus Cunha goes.
But it's just the way he got onto it. He pushed one leg, he went over one leg and put that down to take the weight of the other leg to come on, and then he put that down straight down. So it's not that bad.
The physio nearly fell over there as well as they were helping him onto the stretcher. And he is now heading off down the tunnel. The Wolves fans giving him applause. I mean, he hasn't been great tonight, has he really? Playing off the front.
No, but he's gone down quite easily on 2 or 3 occasions. And what happens in the end, that sometimes it is about the boy who cries wolf. That does come into it.
So Mateus Cunha here is going to be replaced by Adama Traore. I remember speaking to a Premier League player a couple of years ago after a game against Wolves, and we were saying, how do you defend against Traore? What's the strategy when you come up against him? And do you know what he said? He said that his manager doesn't give them a strategy because he says that Traore doesn't know himself what he's going to do, so how did you even try and predict how to defend him?
You've just got, you can't fight fire with fire. You just got to play with your head and not dive in, and you just got to virtually try and nick it off of his touch.
Just keep him at bay.
And try not to get caught isolated. You've got to go up against him and contest the ball with him.
Pablo Sarabia is going to be okay to return. Fulham return the ball to Wolves. That was a good 3, if not 4 minute stoppage there. Ball forward by Jose Sarr. Robinson with a backwards header under pressure from Traore, and Wolves have a throw. We're heading off to one of the other big Premier League games this weekend tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. I'm not working tomorrow. I'm just going to watch West Ham v Notts Forest.
Traore back here to Semedo. Think it could be David Moyes' final game if the result goes against them?
I don't think so. I just wonder how can they really change it at this time now. The time was to do it, straight after the World Cup or prior to it.
Especially when other teams in their kind of position have struggled to get replacements in.
Yeah.
Traore with a cross here from the right. And in the end, I think handball, is it?
Yeah.
The Fulham players are all moaning at Sarabia.
Yeah, but they're all kind of now going to the referee. They're trying to chase someone to get booked. It's a bit petty.
Voice there of Paul Parker, formerly of Fulham. Good memories? Or not many memories?
Oh no, I was there from the age of 11 till I was 23. It's just that the stadium never looked like this. The only bit left is that far stand.
Yeah, which is protected, so they can't knock it down. Sarabia scoops the ball to the left-hand side here. Mateus Nunes inside the box. Doesn't really have space for the cross, so plays one back instead, and Lamina has a whack, but it flies over the top.
You just needed there Lamina to be a little bit more composed, because Pereira had sold himself. Just flick it over him and carry on. At the worst, you'd get a foul, and Pereira might get a yellow card, but he just goes and whacks it 20 foot over the bar.
Lopetegui losing then one of his players in this game. There's a few on the injury list at the moment. Chiquinho and Sasha Kalajic out with ACL injuries. A thigh problem keeping Hwang Hee-chan out of the squad at the moment, and Boubacar Traoré, who've come in and given them energy in midfield, currently struggling with a groin problem. Solomon here challenged by Lamina. Dawson has kept it in play but put it out of play for a Fulham throw. Robinson will take it. Along with the edge of the penalty area on the left. Andreas Pereira. Since half time, we've only had one shot on target. It was for the home side.
See, now it needs Wolves now to stay composed and not get too emotional, caught up with what Fulham are trying to do now. The fans are trying to do. They're trying to get to the referee to get bookings and just make the game, just to try and upset Wolves really, and then maybe Fulham could find some pattern of play. They've just got to stay composed now and try and carry on Wolves what they've done in the first half.
Solomon, who's certainly given them some direct threats since coming on, carrying it down the left, but his ball back was cut out. Traoré then losing it. He scored the winner last time Wolves played here, a 92nd minute winner in April 2021. Solomon curling one here. Oh, what a goal! Melo Solomon with a touch of genius to pull Fulham level. He's shown what he's all about in recent times, and that was a stunner.
I think he's ran towards the manager saying, when are you going to start me? He brings him on a sub and he comes and keeps scoring, and out of nothing Fulham have got themselves back in the game. Wolves had to think, had got a little bit emotional, had lost everything that they gained from the first half and early in the second half, and they've allowed themselves to sit deep. They've allowed Solomon to step inside. And look at, he's running towards Lamina, and Lamina hasn't stepped out at him. He's more concerned about Pereira. He's left it too late, and he's used Lamina. He's curled it round him, and Saad couldn't see it until it was too late. Wonderful finish straight into the side netting.
The Israeli there bent it beautifully into the far corner, beating Jose Sarr. All ends up, it's Fulham 1, Wolves 1. And Solomon becomes the first Israeli player to score in 3 consecutive Premier League games since...
Oh, go on, tell me.
Ronnie Rosenthal in November 1992. Come up against him in your time?
I must have done.
The Wolves, as you were saying, just falling off the last 5 or 10 minutes, not really asserting themselves in the game as such, and punished there by Fulham, by the substitute. They sent him on to do exactly that.
I mean, they brought him on to try and use the word nick a goal, but he's a little bit better than just nicking goals.
Nicked it, yeah.
But I mean, the thing that has got me about Wolves is they got, it's the way the 2 players went down. They got the player taken off. They didn't help themselves. They allowed it, rolled up the fans, it lifted the Fulham fans. Their Wolves players, they've sat back, they've lost that momentum of that long break. Everything was geared towards Fulham, and there you are. It's 1-1 now. Can they get it back? It's going to be very, very difficult for them.
Semedo with the throw into Jimenez, who was pushed in the back according to the assistant, who was looking straight at it from 5-10 yards away, and a free kick for Wolves almost on the goal line, 5 yards in from the corner flag.
Yeah, but I look at what Anthony Robinson done. All he's got to do is go and stand there. No need to touch the player. The player's going nowhere. Just stand still. Don't keep your arms almost down to your side, and don't give an opportunity for the player to go down.
So Neves to take from the right, just a yard in from the end of the field. 66 gone. Neves to cross for Wolves. Heads go off. Dawson was one of those. And he got a touch over from a Fulham defender. That was heading on target. It could well have been 2-1 to the away side.
I think it could have been as well. Craig Dawson has ran into that box on his own, and I think it come off of his old teammate Issa Diop in the end, off his back. I don't think he would have got there, Leno. I don't think Leno saw that.
There's a lot of power on it as well.
There was a lot of Dawson. But you can't allow Craig Dawson to run. You have to block his run. And look, he's got a free run again.
Lamina with the flick on this time. It's towards Kilman. Ball into the air. And Leno has to make sure it's another Wolves corner. Dawson just plays with no fear at all, does he, in these situations?
He could have played in my time the way he attacks the balls. Everything was about brave centre-halves who just go in there and, they come off his stitches and they're proud of them.
He's 32, Craig Dawson. Still as strong as ever. It's in towards him here. Ream with a header away. Nunez back down the line here towards Bueno, but Robinson will watch it go by the corner flag. The ball disappears up the tunnel, and Fulham have a throw by their own corner flag on the right.
Sometimes I look at players and they think they're doing the right thing by stopping the clock and trying to take the pace out of the game. Wolves got it completely wrong. You don't try and stop the clock inside the first 2 minutes, and you can't take the pace out of a game when there isn't no pace in the game. It's just kicked off.
Well, they weren't really under a massive threat, were they?
No, not at all. They've caused their own problems at this moment in time. Because I'd be interested if that Cunha plays in next fixture. Be really interested if he does.
He has been a regular since coming in, even if he hasn't delivered the numbers that were hoped of him. Well, it's still 1-1. Wolves have only had 2 shots on target in the game. Scored with Sarabia's one, and it was Sarabia who had the other as well, wasn't it, just beforehand, if they're counting that deflected effort. Yeah. Semedo here for Wolves. Has it by his own corner flag, gets it away up the line. Touched by Jimenez. Sarabia down the right, loose touch, and it goes out of play. To throw here to Fulham. Taken by Robinson. Down the line towards Vinicius, who's putting himself around without any real effect in this one. Semedo forward. Nearly falls to Nunez, and eventually does. He goes down, no free kick, and he's moaning at the referee here, and eventually the whistle does go. Sarabia. Traore making tracks down the right, trying to get there first, but it's Robinson who slides in and puts it out of play. I think there could be another goal at least in this one yet.
Yeah, there is definitely. It's that bit open now.
Semedo will take this throw in line with the edge of the Fulham penalty area, thrown infield to Sarabia. Traore, Sarabia. Semedo goes back. Semedo down the line. Traore infield towards Sarabia, but given away. And it's Fulham who try and work their way out now. Just trying to see how Wolves have shaped up, because it looks like Matheus Nunes is almost playing off the left now. Sarabia playing off Jimenez. You see it like that?
It looks that way, but he doesn't look as comfortable there. He hasn't really got on the ball at all. It's about trying to get Traore in the game. The problem is, though, Sarabia has got more end product than Traore. Traore's always a threat because of his pace, but we never know what you're going to get at the end.
Challenge here by Semedo.
He's won that ball cleanly, hasn't he, as well?
Diop here, challenged by Jimenez. And it's going to be a Wolves throw. The Mexican knocked it off the Fulham defender. Wolves are 14 points off. Worse off, than they were at the same stage last season, when they were 7th at this point under Bruno Lage.
I think you have to remember as well, the league has changed. This is the most competitive Premier League in a long, long time. There's things going on all over it. And said to you earlier, I'm looking at a 5 who I think are going to go down, but you could go a lot further up, because you was going to Nottingham Forest as well. So this is the most competitive it's been for years, and I think it's great.
I mean, Fulham. Well, the case is Fulham, but I'm on about Forest. They've surpassed all expectations, haven't they, really, in getting as far as they have. Everyone thought they'd be cut adrift by this point, but for a side finishing 5th in the Championship last year, they've done remarkably well. Andres Pereira from way out here, trying a dipping effort, but it didn't come down in time from the Brazilian. Wolves goal kick.
He can score goals like that. You can see what he's trying to do. He's tried to get the ball to go up and down, but it went wide and didn't come down quick enough either.
Jose Sarr playing it out, and Lamina showing for it on the edge of the penalty area. No one there with him. Sarabia back. Ooh. He goes down again, asking the ref for a free kick. Advantage play. The referee did think it was a foul. The Wolves are in possession. Semedo, Sarabia, and he's bumped into again there by Andres Pereira, and that's going to be a yellow card, and that is the stupidest yellow card you're ever going to pick up. That was petulance in the end. He's got involved because of what he's tried to do before. Sarabia, he's tried to get Paulina booked, and he's got the hump with him. Wolves are they're not getting it right in the way they're conducting themselves at this moment in time. Pereira didn't do anything. Neves is trying to talk to the manager, having a chat with Marco Silva. Yeah. The opposite guy's kind of got his hand around his neck, and it ends in smiles, but Marco Silva red in the face and not happy. Did you see that bit after? That surely someone's going to grab hold of that little bit of and put it on a montage, yeah, because after that smiles, it changed, didn't it? Yeah, he's wagging his finger now at Pablo Sarabia. But Andres Pereira just really didn't need to do it. Sarabia was laying the ball off, and then Andres Pereira just went flying into him. But he's Andres Pereira is still being spoken to here by Michael Oliver. I'm not getting the indication he actually got booked. He was yellow carded, definitely yellow carded. Julen Lopetegui is going to come on here for Wolves. Daniel Podence as well. He might just Portuguese calm it down double. A bit. Stuart Gray, the Fulham assistant, trying to calm things down here. Once a Wolves manager many years ago. Oh, yes. Caretaker manager. Yeah. He was assistant to Dave Jones once upon a time. He was, yes, I remember that now. Yeah, you're right. Been at Fulham for many years now, though. Fulham in possession. It's their throw on by Willian. He probably hasn't been as involved as he would like tonight. Fleeting touches. Yeah, but he's moved to. He likes the left side, doesn't he? So he can work himself onto his right foot, stepping inside. So everything about him now is to go on the outside, and it comes to a time when you just can't go around the outside anymore. Free kick Fulham after a bump this time by Lamina, who has to be careful. A crossing position at least for the Cottagers. Neither side helping themselves here, really, are they? No, not really. They're all getting. All it needs is just one side to get a little bit of composure, and you'll get everything back again. But both of them are getting petulant. Little petulance showing everywhere. Andres Pereira is going to take this out from the edge of the penalty area. It's a crossing position, right of centre. Lifts it into the box now, high towards the far post, towards João Paulina, who goes down. The referee wagging his finger, pointing for a goal kick. But a VAR check going on. VAR tonight is Michael Salisbury. Play won't resume until it's been checked, but it looks like the check has been and gone. Oh, come on. It's a Tom Daly dive in the area from João Paulina. An arm in the back, yes, from Lamina, but hasn't helped himself with the way he's gone over. But I think the arm in the back is all more about balance than anything else. The Fulham fans thought for a second that there was going to be a VAR overturn there, but in the end it was just the referee pointing for the Wolves subs to be made, and Pablo Sarabia being taken off, and that's probably a good idea in the end, isn't it? Yeah, but he's lost his way. The moment he stepped off of that right hand side, he went out of the game, to be honest. Julen Lopetegui coming on, and they're also taking off Mateus Nunes, and Daniel Podence comes on for Wolves, who is their joint leading scorer this season with 5. Podence, who has been out of the side injured in recent times, played the last half hour last weekend but missed the win at Southampton that they managed to secure 3 minutes in time, despite having 10 men for most of that game. Wolves in possession here. We've got 14 minutes to go. The way this second half has gone, I don't think either side would be disappointed with a 1-1 draw. They'd both take it, I think, at this stage, wouldn't they, for their respective
would do now,
reasons?
yeah. I mean, for Fulham, performance-wise, they'll be disappointed, so they would take a point.
Traore claims of an arm against him, but play continues. Neves plays it out to the left-hand side to Bueno. He's got Podence racing past him. Uses the man sign from Olympiacos now, but he's lost it. Willian. He's back here now with Ream, pressurised by Jimenez. No sign of Diego Costa for Wolves. They're keeping him in reserve at the moment. Of course, made his name here in England, just down the road at Chelsea. 2 stops up the tube line from here. Ream. To the left hand side he goes, and Solomon back to Ream again. 13 left here at the Cottage. Out by Leno. Ream stepping forward towards the halfway line, sliding it forward now along the ground, but it was too far ahead of Lukic, who we haven't really seen anything of at all in this second half. Kilman away for Wolves. Oh, but a loose header by Tete. Moutinho onto it. Cushion pass for Podence on the left hand side. Just about the smallest player in the Premier League. I think only Ryan Fraser has fewer centimetres on him. Dawson leaves it here for Jose Sarr, who comes out to play a long flighted ball forward onto the chest of Jimenez. Traore can't get on the ball. He hasn't done anything since coming on. So a bit of a stalemate here at the moment, though. Here's Andreas Pereira carrying it forward. Vinicius on the left hand side. Angle against him, tries to cross, waits for the opportunity and wins a corner off Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, as good as it's been for Fulham, it's been quite poor this second half. Started off okay, but it lost its way when we had that double injury situation. Then a stretcher comes out and the game is just at the moment dying for football. Neither side now are passing the ball in the way they did in the first half.
So corner from the Fulham left. Will be taken here by Andreas Pereira. In swinger into a good area as well. Ream was ready to attack it, but Neves it was who got the ball away.
Neves is a really good all-round player, isn't he? He can do a job anywhere, can't he?
I think the only thing that holds him back in football is that he hasn't really got an engine to get up and down. Not a lot of pace there. Otherwise, you're probably looking at a big transfer fee on his head.
Yeah.
Lukic. Back into Willian. Had a play off Neves. No, it wasn't. It was off Willian. Throw into Wolves. A young fan in the crowd behind the assistant referee, stretching his arms out wide and saying, "Get."
At least he's behaving properly.
Yeah, no bad language, which is great to see. Attendance here, just over 20,000 at Craven Cottage, which will soon be near 30,000 when they fully open the new stand that we're watching from here tonight, the Riverside stand. Tete on the right. Fulham fans getting excited as their team approach the edge of the penalty area, looking for a relatively late winner here. Fulham throw in line with the edge of the box. Any goal now, surely a winner. Vinicius inside the area, plays it back, it's lifted in towards Andreas Pereira, tries a overhead kick, completely misses the ball. Solomon back out to Robinson on the left. Traore keeping him away from danger. Solomon now in. Oh, it's past everyone. Wolves goal kick, and the danger is over.
It's quite funny watching Andreas Pereira trying to overhead kick. The ball's come square, isn't it? No one ever scores an overhead kick from a square. He's better off turning to his side, if anything.
Well, Wolves could do with getting points of some description from this game. They've got Liverpool away on Wednesday. Of course, Liverpool, well, their fans at least, thought they turned a corner with those back-to-back wins, but hammered by Real Madrid. Then they're hosting Tottenham next Saturday, and then Newcastle away in the second week of March. So they had to get at least a point here tonight, didn't they, really, with those matches to come.
I think we have to say that the normal points total for going down is going to be a bit lower this year.
What do you think we're looking at? At the moment, the team third bottom, West Ham, are on 20. 30?
I'm going to say 32.
The managers traditionally talk about the 40-point mark, but I'm surprised if it's anything much more than that. You're talking about 4 wins, and the teams have only got 14 games left.
Yeah, 40 points might just get you on the fringes of Europe at the moment if you're talking 40.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Fulham are basically going to move on to in their next game. They're on 39 if they get a point here tonight. Changes of foot. We're going to see Harry Wilson come on here for Willian, and Diego Costa is about to come on for Wolves to replace Jimenez.
Really? I thought Jimenez has run the line really well, to be honest.
Maybe just give them a bit more direct threat in the closing stages. Wolves free kick here, high into the area. Joao Paulina heads it away under no pressure at all, and Vinicius completes the clearance. Lamina just about recovers in midfield to win the ball. Now Semedo, just short of the halfway line. Short pass to Moutinho, who's getting on the ball since coming on. Clips a high one forward towards Jimenez. Diop's header doesn't quite fall for Podence on the left-hand side. Headed down by the substitute Lukic. Now back by Ream to Leno, pressurised by Neves, who's certainly been given a bigger licence to go forward under Lopetegui with the introduction of Lamina. Now the changes. It's Willian who's going to come off here. As you were saying, hasn't been as threatening since half-time, mainly due to that positional change.
Yeah, so he's lost out there. Lukic I haven't seen him really touch the ball of any note. Harry Wilson will be more happier on the right-hand side than what Willian has been.
So the change comes here as the Wales international is introduced. Costa hanging in the background as well. He's a relatively old man now, isn't he, at the age of 34.
He'll get a good reception from the Fulham fans.
Yeah, let's see how that one goes. He's had more red cards than goals so far, which isn't a great statistic for a striker, is it? He's made to wait before coming on. Flick on here by Jimenez towards Podence. Fulham getting away through Diop. The game's just died a bit in this second half, hasn't it? Nowhere near as good as the first.
No, nowhere near. The quality has gone out of this game.
So Wolves change. Diego Costa coming on. A bit of a joker around the club. Team always posting various pranks that he's committing around the training grounds.
I think you have to laugh with him though, don't you? Be scared not to.
Well, even on the first day when he was doing his medical, he was going around taking the mickey out of all the players, which takes a bit of bottle. So Costa on. The Wolves fans like him, but as I say, yet to score. He could do with getting a goal soon. He's come in on big money. They kind of took him out of semi-retirement as he was back in his homeland Brazil. Of course, an international though for Spain. Traore gives away a free kick on Robinson.
Oh, that's so soft. So soft.
Time running out. 5.5 minutes to go of normal time. Remember, tomorrow loads of games for you. We're starting match action at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Feature game, Leicester against Arsenal. Coverage from 2:30 with Russell Hargreaves and Dave Kitson. We've got other 3 o'clock games for you, featuring Everton against Villa, Leeds, Southampton, West Ham, Nottingham Forest. 5:30 kickoff, for Bournemouth against Manchester City, and the quarters at 8 start in South London for Crystal Palace against Liverpool. Then Sunday, Tottenham-Chelsea is the 1:30 kickoff, and then Manchester United against Newcastle United, the Carabao Cup Final, live from Wembley at 4:30. Ream with a diagonal here to the right. Wolves get it away. Podence trying to carry it forward, looks for a pass in field, but he's asking a lot there of old-timer Joao Moutinho to get on the ball.
All the strengths of Wolves has been taken away.
By changes?
Just by changes, or maybe just a bit of what Fulham done at half-time, but the width they had on the left-hand side, we have to say, is gone.
Yeah, Bueno, we've hardly seen in those positions.
We haven't seen him yet. We have to say Sarabia, he disappeared out of the game because he changed over positions. Willian for Fulham, and we have to say Tete's gone out of it. Diva Reid they took him off and changed it. So the attacking side of both teams, which are in wide areas, has gone.
Costa can't make it stick here as a long ball is played in his direction. Fulham back here to Ream inside his own half. 3.5 minutes to go of normal time. It's Solomon here off the left, similar position to where he scored his goal from. Plays it forward though to Robinson, and Semedo did well to intercept. Tips a high one towards Costa on halfway. Ream gets there with him. Moutinho nods it on. Podence. Neves inside his own half, looking down the line here. A run of Traore, but the ball will curl out of play. And they haven't used Traore at all since being introduced, have they?
He's had nothing. He's had nothing to run onto. He's had nothing put in front of him to pin someone down and go 1 against 1. It's been a poor effort. The game deserves to be 1-1, to be honest, really. Neither side from the second half.
Have they?
No. Neither of them deserve anything from this second half performance. As an away side, you'll be definitely happier. As a home side, Fulham, given their performance last weekend as well, they'll be seriously disappointed.
Neves penalised for handball on halfway. No complaints. Free kick Fulham. Long ball played forward here for Fulham, but the referee ordering for the kick to be taken again. Be taking him. Actually, I think we're going to have a fair amount of added time, remember, because of that injury to Mateus Cunha. It's the other thing.
I reckon I'm looking
5, 6.
I was going to say 6.
I think that's only been the main stoppage, hasn't it, in the second half?
There's a lot of people out there who want this game to stop, though.
It's Andreas Pereira. I wonder next season whether they'll bring in the large amounts of added time that we saw in the World Cup as well, which seemed to go down well with most people.
But we have to say as well, that disappeared, didn't it? From we had that first game, the England game, wasn't it? It was 24 minutes, I remember. Then by the time it was going on by the middle of the World Cup, it's back down to 2s and 3s in the end. I don't know whether that was a positive side or whether or not they just went, no, just get back to normal.
We'll wait and see what they do with that next season.
Is that the talk going on, is it?
I think that was a suggestion at the time. I think it would have been a bit unfair to bring it in mid-season, wouldn't it? But
I think if you're playing a 7:45 on a Saturday night, the last thing you need is an extra 24 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to make things a bit more unpredictable for fans trying to plan to travel and events either side of games. Here's Bueno. Nice work forward into Podence. Back to Bueno again. Good work. He could set Podence away as well. It's a high ball which Podence is able to take down on the left wing, up against Tete. Coming in field and crossing, but Costa very much on his heels instead of on his toes.
That was our first bit of good play seen in this second half, really, and Podence has ruined it by a poor cross in the end. The man I was talking about, Bueno, he's come to life there. I mean, he does look a really, really good player with the ball at his feet.
Leno out. Header forward by Kilman. Final 30 seconds. I can tell you, Paul Parker, we are going to have 8 minutes of added time. His face tells a picture. I'm not sure our producer's impressed either, to be honest. Are we going to get a winner, though? With 8 minutes?
In 8 minutes, given what we've been given already, I've got to say no.
Looks like our programme will go on for 5 minutes longer than usual. Probably take us past the top of the hour. We are going into added time now, and the 8 minutes are displayed by the fourth official. So Dawson gives it away loosely. Bad from him. Solomon on the left wing for Fulham. Edge of the area now. Onto his right foot. Plays it back here to Lukic. Square into Wilson. Out to João Paulina. Solomon on the left. Slides it down the line. Andreas Pereira cuts it across. Dawson couldn't get the ball out of his feet. Eventually does, and gets it as far away from goal as he can. Fulham throw taken quickly, but looks as though it's from the wrong place. The referee agrees.
What's he moaning about Robinson?
Robinson will go and take again.
Well, there was at one time you wouldn't get it again, didn't they? Stop that. If you took
Give
it
the
the
other way.
The
rule that I used to like that they ended up taking away was the the 10 yards advance for descent that players used to give the referee. The referee would pick up the ball and march it forward 10 yards, and suddenly a free kick on the edge of the centre circle became a shooting opportunity a bit further forward.
Yeah, in those bits, I could get that, but sometimes being too close to goal.
Yeah, of course. I can't remember what used to happen when it was already on the edge of the penalty area. Yeah. Unless they put it right close to the line. Here's Lamina for Wolves on the halfway line. We've played a minute 20 of added time already. Semedo, back to Neves. Infield to Dawson. Kilman on the left. Looks for a long one forward. It's way past Costa. And it'll go all the way through to Traore on the right hand side. It was at this point that he knocked in the window the last time he was here. This time he crosses. It's high towards Pedence, who goes for the header, who's never going to win it. Tete did. Bueno on the left now, trying to go past Wilson. Has done that. High ball into the middle towards Semedo. It was Ream who got it away. Then Solomon. Lamina now down for Neves. Wolves finishing strongly. And then Neves tries to play Traore down the right. And Traore couldn't stick out a boot long enough to get to the ball. It's a Fulham throw.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good ball by Neves as well. He's just on his heels, weren't he? Traore wasn't expecting it. But again, Bueno on the other side, I mean, wonderful ability when he gets there. He doesn't look the quickest, but every time he gets on that ball, he seems to get a cross off.
Foul here by Neves. Semedo with a long kick forward. So a free kick here to Fulham. We've played 2.5 minutes of added time. We've still got here just over 5 left. 24,399 the attendance here tonight. Just over 2,000 have made the journey down from Wolves. Ball out here from there. No, a little bit short for Diop. Tete up the line. And a push by Bueno. Free kick Fulham. Well, there have been some silly free kicks given away on both sides, haven't there, tonight? Bueno with the latest there. Lamina hobbling around in the centre of the park. Granted, it's looking like this one's going to finish all square, and as we were saying, a second half that has left a lot to be desired. But has there been a player to pick out for either side maybe tonight? Hang on a second, because here are Fulham. Wilson, edge of the area, onto his left foot. He goes onto the right hand side. Tete shaping the cross, high ball in towards Vinicius. What a save, Jose Sarr. He keeps it at 1-1.
He certainly does, and the ball coming with no pace, so that didn't really help Vinicius on the far post. All he could do is get to his head to it, and Sarr's made a really good save to his right. A little bit more power, he doesn't get there, but he gets his head to it. He's a good foot above Dawson, by the way. Great leap and a really good save from Sarr.
Fulham corner. It was Vinicius with the header. Eventually Fulham go back to the halfway line. Back onto the left hand side again. Traore with a nod away, and Wolves trying to bake here with Moutinho, who's played it through the middle for Pedence, who goes left towards Neves. The option was right, and Wolves got it all wrong.
Oh, they got it all wrong. Not enough pace on the pass. It'd have been, if it comes off, it'd have been a wonderful.
This game getting stretched. Tete in. Dawson with a header out. Moutinho looking for a way out. Finds Neves, who helps it on. He was caught late. Up towards Costa. Wolves free kick, and the danger has gone.
Yeah, the counter-attack there by Wolves, as I was about to say, would have been complete if that pass had just got out to that left-hand side. Should initially have gone there first.
Free kick has been taken by Neves. Semedo into Traore, who's on the halfway line. Switches play out to the left-hand side. Bueno someone to go over halfway. Goes back here to Kilman. Wolves looking like they're settling. Lamina, though, stepping out now. And he's got a change of gear in midfield. He's carried it a long way and has slipped in Costa. Angle tight on the left. He's going to have to play it back here towards Pedence. And that's a really poor pass.
It was poor in the end. Just doesn't look sharp. Doesn't really look fit, does he, to be perfectly honest.
Wolves have it again. Down the line it goes. Pedence on the left. Bueno making a run in field. He'll try and get there as well. Bueno inside the box, plays it in low. Thought for a second he might be taken down there. Fulham only get it partially clear. Now they have a free kick after a late challenge from Pedence.
Yeah. He was initially asking about a player, and it has to be Bueno for Wolves by a country mile. He's been their best player. Could talk about Sarr, about the save really, how he's stopped them from getting beat late on with 2-1, but I'm going to have to go from consistent performance. His second half has got better in the last 10-15 minutes, but I'm bringing him in from the first half. For Fulham, it's really difficult. I'm going to have to go for the goal scorer for Fulham because he's
given them something.
Yeah, he's given them something. The rest of it has been poor.
Dawson away here for Wolves. We've still got just under 2 minutes to go. Fulham throw on the halfway line. Creeping inside the Wolves half now. Header back from Bueno. Perence lifts it high towards Costa. Nearly falls to Perence on the left hand side. It is a Fulham throw just inside the Wolves half. Maybe time for one more chance here. Been locked at 1-1 for some time. Solomon's equaliser coming in the 64th minute. Half an hour since then, and Solomon's on the ball again. Though Semedo sliding it off him and behind. It's a Wolves goal kick, and they'll be taking their time about this. Only 60 seconds left now. It looks like Hugo Bueno has got the TV man of the match as well. Will Lopetegui take this? Is a point good for Wolves here?
I think he has to, really, when he looks at it. I mean, at the end of the day, he has to. Everyone's been talking about Fulham. He's come to Craven Cottage and he's got a point.
4 points clear of the drop, 15th place.
Yeah, even though Fulham have not really been a major threat, they've taken.
I guess the only problem is that you're looking at Wolves fixtures coming up and you're wondering. Look, you don't know how Liverpool will be next week, but you're wondering maybe where that next point will come from. But having said that, they played Liverpool off the park in their game at Mollen. You beat them 3-0, all ends up. Tottenham, you never quite know what's going to turn up. So, you're always likely to get more points than maybe you might imagine. 10 seconds left here. Looks like this one is done. Everyone heading home in a neutral mood ahead of the rest of the weekend. No one's weekend is going to be ruined by this. And that, Paul Parker, is that full time. 1-1 it finishes here at the Cottage. A point apiece, a point that both sides will take. Fulham's unbeaten run stretches to 6. Wolves get themselves another point in their fight against relegation. They looked like they were going to get all 3 when they took the lead through Pablo Sarabia's first goal for the club midway through the first half. But midway through the second, Manos Solomon equalised for Fulham, and ultimately Paul Parker, no one can have any complaints with this one.
No, not at all. A draw was a fair result. The second half was played out. It's a bit of a damp squib in the end of second half. Nothing of note come from it from either side as such. Well, there is really. Fulham got themselves back into it. That was the main highlight really of Fulham scoring. That was it, and what a wonderful goal it was. And the save by Jose Sarr as well. The 2 high spots of that second half.
I guess for Fulham ultimately though it's a missed opportunity, isn't it? Look, they played 2 more games now than Newcastle, who are placed and 2 points above them, and if they did harbour hopes of getting that spot, it's looking harder.
No, it certainly is. Yeah, I mean that was their little bit of bonus. They nicked a bonus point last, 2 points by getting that late goal, looking like the game was going for a draw, and there was an opportunity here from at home against Wolves to go and get more. They didn't, and I'm sure that Marco Silva's going to be really, really seriously disappointed about how his team have performed from last week to this week.
Marco Silva having a chat with Ruben Neves on the field of play about what might have been, ultimately, as those 2 people in this game walk away with a point apiece for their sides, and that is that at Craven Cottage. Thanks very much for joining us, Paul Parker. Great to see you as always. So much more Premier League action to come up later this weekend. We start tomorrow with Leicester City against Arsenal, but from all of us here, it's goodbye. You are listening to Premier League Live.
Global events.
The priority now is collecting the evidence.
Breaking news.
Every life that they can save is a success.
Reactive analysis.
It's a very bizarre situation.
From the world's best journalists.
An unfortunate pattern is emerging.
And renowned experts from across the globe.
It still doesn't resolve the fundamental issues.
Keeping you informed as events unfold.
This is a flagrant violation of international law.
Times Radio is available to listen without a subscription. On DAB digital radio, online, via the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. Times Radio. Know your times.
TalkSport Drive. Weekday afternoons from
from 4 on TalkSport. A tower of sporting power in the afternoon.
Join me, Andy Goldstein, and TalkSport Team Drive.
The latest sports news, hard-hitting opinion, and exclusive interviews with the biggest names in the game.
Under the bonnet, over the top, into the back of the net.
Sports Mad Afternoon Radio, driven by you.
Revs up weekdays from 4, only on TalkSport.
The fastest football on the way home. TalkSport Drive. Previously on White and Jordan.
It costs the taxpayer zip, zero, zilch, nada, Nathan, nothing.
White Hot Sports News. Incomparable comment.
I mean, honestly, soft tissue injury, 50% up.
Okay.
And at the same stage last season, they don't lie.
Statistics are the beginning of a conversation, Jim, not the end of it.
Comments, conflict and confrontation.
International friendlies, ditch them. Gone. Carabao Cup, gone. FA Cup, gone.
Jim White.
4 words, never gonna happen.
Simon Jordan.
Go away and come back when you've got something more grown up to say.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on TalkSport.
Yeah.
Times Radio, making sense of a changing world.
The biggest names in politics.
The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is here.
Well, a great honour to be here.
The arts.
My first guest is the acclaimed director Werner Herzog.
Entertainment.
I'm joined by Darren Brown.
World events at home and abroad.
Shots have been fired in the Black Sea.
And the world's best resourced, intelligent opinion.
I came into politics to change lives.
In times of change, be well informed.
Times Radio is available to listen without a subscription on DAB digital radio, online, via the Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker.
Times Radio.
TalkSport Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. A new day, a new dawn.
God bless. Bang, bang, bang. 9 dart finish.
Featuring a rotating team of top name talent, including Laura Woods.
Oh, it does make me a little bit...
Ali McCoist.
What a mouth-watering prospect.
And Alan Brazil.
You know, you are some blagger, you are.
TalkSport Breakfast.
Look, we've woken up, finally.
We're off and running.
Weekday mornings from 6 on TalkSport.